His log.
All
And we
right.
found that computer that suggests that our people were here at one point. No, just a screen.
All right. That is close enough to the recap. All right. So you have taken out the two orcs and, even worse, the traitor at this otherwise abandoned militia complex. It's very simple for a complex. What would you like to do now? I do have an updated area map that all right. So I don't know how well the color came through. The kind of brownish spot at the bottom was your landing zone. The two green bunkers are the first ones you'd investigated, and the purple ones are other like outposts you would know of. These scales are roughly to size. And you wanted to just investigate this area. If I remember right, we ended the session right after the orcs died.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I did not end up finishing this, but most of the important stuff is on there. This is the general layout of the. Why is this trying to DM Gilbert now? This is the general layout of the outpost. You would be near the leftmost bunker. There is a wall I didn't have time to make pretty, but there are enough holes that you can just squeeze right through it. The squares are bunkers that are mostly buried with a firing port at about stomach height. And the what is that, a Septicon? The big not square thing is a much more elevated tower that looks like it is designed to give an overwatch of the entire area. That goes up
Copy.
about.
No, continue.
That goes up about 10 meters. It looks like there is a firing platform about halfway up and another one at the top.
Commissar, we should claim the elevated position.
We get to kill more things? Cool. No more small places.
All right, so you're going to the larger building.
Yes. Also, how do I
The thing with
mitigate
the
the fact?
activated area.
Was that under?
Well,
The area with the elevated position.
Yes, the large tower.
how do I mitigate the fact that I was shot in the head?
You pull off the plate and repair the circuitry and put the plate back on?
Let me double check the core rulebook. But where is Injury. Wounds, damage, damage type, critical damage, remove damage. Characters automatically remove damage over time through natural healing, medical attention. Some psychic powers can also remove damage. We'll explain on healing. 268. Page 268 is here. Healing. Medical attention. Provide immediate recovery, speed the process of natural healing. For additional information, see Medicaid skill on page 125. I get referred to a page that refers me to another page. And where is? All right, first aid. Is anybody trained in Medicaid?
No.
Mhm.
Your guy don't even know
Okay.
what a Medicaid is. I don't know how to do it.
All right. So Gilbert, to answer your question, right now you don't. 'Cause nobody in the squad is trained in Medicaid.
I mean, is there an intelligence-based character? Because an intelligence-based
Me.
character could try. Oh well.
Irony at its finest.
Well then, I guess he's shit out of luck till we get a mechanic.
So first aid can only be given once every 24 hours. And as long as you're not also undergoing extended care. Normally, you're supposed to be trained for it, but if you want to take the -20 just to get some health back right now, I will allow it for some field repairs to your skull, or you can hold off on that and see if somebody learns Medicaid eventually. Character trained in Medicaid can use a skill to perform first aid, treating minor injuries suffered in the field of operations, suturing lacerations, bandaging abrasions, plugging punctures. It doesn't say it has to be performed on another person, and it doesn't sound like it's like requiring anesthetics or would be particularly invasive, so I'll allow him to do it on himself. But I don't believe you are considered lightly damaged anymore, Gilbert. And what was the 258 for damage? That is not it at all. 256. Damage. Where is lightly damaged?
The droid takes off his head and starts working on it. Where the bullet wound is.
Cyborg.
Oh, okay. Well, then you don't take your head off. You just start working on it from. You walk over to a mirror and start working on it. You lean your head down and start digging things out.
All right. Lightly damaged. Lightly damaged. Character is considered lightly damaged if he has taken damage equal to or less than twice his toughness bonus. Was a tens digit in your toughness. That doubled is the amount of wounds you can take and still be lightly damaged.
Well, my toughness is 35, so that's a 3. I took 5 points of damage.
So you are lightly damaged. So it's only the -20 to your intelligence for not being trained in Medicaid, not another plus, or not another -10 for being heavily damaged. You can try it. Oh, and also since it is a new session, you do get your fate points back.
I have a
If you use them.
51, so minus 20 makes it 71.
That is no good. That's too high.
So your target number would be your intelligence score -20, which is
Well, my intelligence score is 55.
okay. So you'd be looking for a 35,
Right.
which that is not at or below 35.
Right.
So you don't know how to fix your own thing.
I don't think there's any.
What about the commissar? Can the commissar do it? Is commissar smart?
I am reasonably intelligent.
Can you fix Droid?
I mean, I can like shove a rag in there, like a dirty rag, into a. But I have a feeling that the, tech priest is not.
Well, we gotta do something. The tech priest is got a hole in his head.
So a given individual can only be treated successfully or unsuccessfully every 24 hours.
Oh, well,
So
never mind then.
Any more
never
first
mind
aid is
then,
going to have to wait until the next day.
I guess so.
Generally, that is good life advice.
Let Gilgasha run in point.
Good, Gasher. Oh, you finally fixed your name. Awesome.
Need your back.
Yeah, see, I think that's an abuse of power for you to change my name like that, Gilbert.
It's not an abuse of power if it's funny.
That doesn't make it less abusive. It just makes it funny.
Which makes it okay. And it's not abusive if it's okay. Then it's just bullying.
What?
What?
Are you sure about that line of reasoning?
What? I got confused for a second there. I was like, wait.
I've introduced Mister to the proper Ogren mentality, confusion, and follow the little one.
Yeah, my little one's not here.
What do you mean? He's right here. He's got a pointy hat.
No, it's what's his name? It's the character that
They're all little ones.
yeah, but Set plays the heavy gunner. He's more the little into my character than me or something. It's an actual thing. The little one that I choose has actual buffs to it.
Alright, but anyways, are you going through what's left of the trench line, or are you just staying out of the trench, going on the surface?
I'm going on the surface.
The trench line is
I'm staying in the trench behind the commissar.
the trench line is full of the usual litter of the orcs, loose bullets that don't seem to fit any standardized guns. The occasional tooth, a lot of blood spatters. A lot of scrap metal, mostly scrap metal bullets. As you wade through the Xenos filth, you are able to make it to the watchtower, and the door does seem to be big enough for orcs and Ogren to get inside easily. It is also cracked slightly open.
Ooh. I walk over to the door and push it open. Is it dark in there? Is it a small space or is it large?
It's pretty large. Like, you could run around in here if you want. Not very
Oh, okay.
far, but
Okay. That's not okay. All right, I stomp up in there then.
yeah, it's also dimly lit, but it's not dark in there.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. If it didn't trigger that, I'm good.
Yeah, so
Stumbling up in there.
roof's about 3 meters high, and there is not much on the ground floor aside from the usual litter. There is a stairwell off to the left, wrapping along the back left wall, going up to the second floor.
Orcs are messy. Nothing here. Going up? I'm asking the commissar. I thought he said up.
The up would be to the firing deck.
Where's
If
that?
there's basement access, it's not readily visible.
Ah, we have to go up on the deck. Okay. I head up on the firing deck.
All right. Up to the firing deck. It is much more of a mess, with much more bullets scattered everywhere, a couple orc shooters, 4 orc corpses that have been shot, 2 through the head, one has a left arm removed, and 1 shot through the body. It does seem like it is a mix of different weapons, and there doesn't seem to be anything moving.
Do I see the arm of the one of the orcs that was the orc that had his arm blown off? Do I see the arm laying around?
Now that you mention it, yes, you do.
I'm gonna
And
pick it up. I'm gonna pick it up and wait for the rest of the group. These orcs were weak. I'm gonna keep the arm.
all right, you can add orc arm to your inventory if you'd like.
Souvenir.
Knowing the Ogren, it's probably heard as soup near.
Yeah. It's souvenir. I'm trying to stuff it into my pack.
All right. Are you heading up to the last firing deck on the stairs up?
Yes.
All right. Where did I put my notes on? All right. There is a heavy bolter that is propped up between 3 sandbags, and it looks like a wounded PDF or guardsman of some sort. PDF is Planetary Defense Force, just schmucks who are marginally above militia. It looks like he has a bullet wound in his chest.
I think we lost the commissar.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Again.
I hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I said, "Yeah, sucks to be him."
And as you're making this remark, his head perks up.
Wait, he's alive?
Barely.
Oh, well, if he's alive,
Is he a traitor?
is he a traitor, or did he die honorably?
I mean, presumably he caused the mess downstairs.
Is he the guy that was siding with the orcs?
No.
Okay,
Those two have been
never
dealt
mind
with.
then. Okay, then I'm lost. Which fits my character, so never mind.
He has a bullet wound in his chest that looks like it has stopped bleeding. He has a las pistol at his side and a changed sword on the ground in front of him. Look, he has. I forgot what it's called for sergeants. He has the rank of a sergeant on his shoulder. That's it. Funny French sounding word. I think it actually is French. Yeah, he has the. He'll look up and he'll try to give a salute, but it doesn't look like his left arm really lifts as much as it needs to. For the proper Aquila, he said, "Oh, if you're real, you're a more convincing hallucination than the last one, Commissar. Can't find a deceive. The lieutenant is trying to get rid of the Yorks. Been fighting them as long as I can remember. We don't really have Commissar, so I assume you reinforcements." What's left is north of here. Maybe 3 hours march. Here, he kind of turns onto his side, pushing off of what looks like a rucksack, and he hands it to you. Kept the orcs from finding anything important. It's got my Vox bead and squad insignia. At least you won't be shot on sight. I don't suppose you have a medic with you, do you? Right. I think I got a few more greenskins to kill before that comes. When you find a medic that's not up to their shoulders in casualties, can you send them this way? Other than that, not a lot of help I can ask for that you're not already giving.
Gilbert here?
That's a good question. I
Okay,
assume
yes, you
so.
sent him a DM. Anyway, I was gonna have Mu Theta because SV doesn't talk, but Underdark, ask him the current date because that communicator was 3 centuries old in terms of the information stored on it. I wonder if there's funky wonky timey shit going on. Oh, is that just how the warp works?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There, to the
Sort
point where
of.
there is a story of an orc that liked his gun so much he went into the past through the warp to kill himself so he could have 2 of his gun. Which I think is a little bit of fan, whatever, fanfic, but
Okay, so basically, our particular fleet is traveling through the warp, and it's possible to travel backwards in time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, but you're not really going to run into straight up time travel.
Okay. Yeah, no, then disregard my question. So that would just be something we'd expect.
Yeah. You also tend to have
how is
stuff
it
where
not
it's like.
time travel if you leave, if you arrive
Because
at a place
you
before
probably
you
can't
left?
go back to where you departed from in the same manner. No
Right,
paradox.
right. It doesn't have the time, the Star Trek time travel episode shit. It doesn't do that. It much more along the lines of you. It is not uncommon for vessels to just disappear in the warp and appear, a millennia later for a battle that's been over for 1,000 years.
Okay. Okay.
time is a suggestion, or at least linear time is a suggestion with warp travel.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. See, this is my first foray into the Warhammer world. Other than
Oh
the game.
boy, there's all kinds of weird stuff, and psychers make it even more fun because they bring weird stuff along with them.
Our psyker's not here.
Yeah.
Blow up
Then,
my computer screen, will you?
well, after you'll still walk up to the guardsman and reach to his back and grab 2 crack grenades and just hand them to him.
As you reach behind yourself, the guardsman kind of grabs for his last pistol, but very quickly realizes you're not trying to turn him into a servitor. So he's not trying to shoot you in the head.
Well, he'd probably miss.
Good chance of it.
Anyway, yeah.
Oh,
Bad. He
yeah.
would become a servitor then.
He will
You
take
say would
the.
just turn him into another bodyguard. A less effective one.
He will take the offered grenades and say, you're a weird bunch. I like you guys. Freaking weirdos, though.
You be good. The Emperor smiles on you. And he gives him what appears to be a smile. And then stumbles off.
Don't you worry, big guy. I'm in no condition to cause trouble for anyone but the greenskins.
I gotta step away for a moment.
I wave at him with my arm. With my green skin arm. Bye.
Oh. 6, 7 hours. Just had enough time to stop the bleeding. And, well, passed out for a bit sometime after that, but best guess is within half a day.
And do you happen to know what direction they were coming from?
Uh, I, our reports up until this point have said from the west, but none of our scouts have found anything out there. We got friendlies mostly to the north. So I don't know, maybe southeast somewhere. I'm afraid to say there's precious little of that to go around right now.
There always is. Regardless, you've done well and you should be proud. Should I encounter medical personnel, I will direct them here for you. However, we must continue on with our own mission.
Understood, Commissar. Best of luck to you. May the Emperor guide your step.
Bye-bye.
And may he guide your last bolts. And then I turn and start leaving.
Right.
How many weapons are spread about the room?
On the roof, there is this guardsman's last pistol and chainsword, and what looks like a lightly damaged but still functional heavy bolter.
Ammo?
Part of a belt, you'd assume about half. Does not
Yeah,
look like
I'll,
there's any.
yeah, I'll pick that up and do the well, I guess hand it to Me Theta because Me Theta has the utility to clean it. The make it fix and not jam feature of the utility mechanic.
Utility mechadendrite, where is that? I think Gilbert had to
19. Yeah, he kept utility.
Yeah, I think he had to step away though. 119.
Bye-bye.
I think so. I'm going off memory. I'm
That's
opening it right now.
luckily for commerce and command skills.
Nope. It was further down than 2, maybe. That's ammo in 198. 204.
204.
That's the cybernetics section. The utility mechadendrite is on 209. Generates a
Utility
blast of smoke. Plus 10 bonus tech use tests. The sacred unguents. And then I could have sworn I was fucking reading something that it was used. You could use it on people's guns. The unguents shit.
That might be under the sacred engines.
Yeah. Let me.
Where is? Which are somewhere, probably.
199. Scroll up a little bit.
199. Applied to a weapon. Weapon comes immune to jamming for number of shots equal to its clip size. Okay. Yeah, because that's not going to be immediately relevant, we can put that on the back burner and just ask Gilbert when he gets back.
Want to make him capable of at least half-ass defending himself.
I mean, the bolter's still functional. It's not like broken or jammed or anything. It's just the guy was bleeding out and had other more immediate concerns than keeping the bolter manned.
Okay. Oh, we'll still bring it over to where he's positioned so he has access to it.
And right. Anything else?
Following the boss.
All right, Mr. Boss, where would you like to go? That he did.
So let's head north.
All right. Yeah, based off of
Using the combi to see if I can't get a connection.
combi would be set to the platoon frequency for that guy's command in immediate area. I don't think it has a very long range.
They typically don't.
If I remember right, combi only has a kilometer range. Transcription device, combi tool, light. Microbead or combead, short-range communication device. Good for communication out to about 1 kilometer, depending on weather conditions and intervening terrain. Yeah, so within 1 kilometer, nobody would be around to pick up your transmission. Yeah, there's some like almost completely universal frequencies even within the guard where nothing's universal except for hatred. Yeah, you can cycle through like platoon up to regiment level emergency frequencies, any commissariat frequencies you would know. And if things pop up on those, I will let you know. Yeah, like a car radio scan. Okay. Yeah, that will be going on until you tell me that you want to stop it, and you're heading north. Uh, yeah, that is simple enough.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Gilbert. Yeah, it is simple enough to make sure you're not transmitting while you're just out hiking. And Yorkshire traders, either way, odds are not good. But based off of what you saw on your way in and the sergeant's description, it seems like that big purple spot is what's being used as the remaining militia's command bunker. All right. Off you go to the north. Over the hills and through the woods. And somebody give me a... This would be survival test. You will have a +20 to this because you've been told directions and you have a general knowledge of the layout.
I can help. I can do it. Anybody else proficient or no?
I'm proficient, and yeah, if you do combat for, I'll, offer assistance.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be communicating with Mufada on our.
Yeah, I only have the first pip of survival.
I beat people up.
Same.
First pip is enough to help.
Yeah. So I'd have 2 helps and an additional +20, so +40.
I got a pip and survival.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, maxes out at 2 though.
Okay.
So what's the threshold?
Or
The greater than equals.
it is for your perception +40 because you have a +20 to 2 people helping and a +20 for external factors.
Oh.
And then anything that you would also get from extra ranks in survival if you have any.
No, I don't have that one ranked up yet. I think that's right. Or did I do that wrong?
I think it's
Okay. It's been a minute.
take your first roll, but that is the correct formatting.
Yeah,
for...
I was just making sure that the formula actually worked because it didn't do the total.
Yeah.
Total correctly on the first one, but yeah, I just use the first roll.
All right, so 72 with a target of 73. You do succeed. You're able to find your way there. And as you're on the outskirts, maybe 400 meters from the place you left, you do find pretty early on a pair of what looks like militia recruits. They don't have any rankings. They have a auto gun and a stub pistol between the two of them.
Dead?
Very dead, propped up against a tree.
Well, is the auto gun better than mine?
What, you have a auto gun already?
Poor condition.
It's a common condition. It's not gonna. It's less unreliable.
All right, swap it out and steal the mag.
All right. Yes, you swap out the auto guns, continue up north. There's some skittering off in the distance, maybe 50 meters on occasion, but seems to be just local wildlife that never pops up.
All right.
Except I also get an awareness test.
Awareness test.
Awareness.
Okay.
Uh-huh. That's a 39 on a target of 43 for 1 degree of success. Hmm. You do notice that some of the bushes being disturbed don't sound quite the same. Sounds like there's something larger in them.
Hmm.
Not ogre large, but maybe person large.
How close is the nearest one that I've most recently detected?
The nearest of anything or the nearest of the big thing?
The nearest of the thing that's standing out.
About 70 meters.
Okay. And we're
Would
in dense foliage.
have been, moderate to dense. It varies depending on.
Okay. Well, I'll ping back to Mu Theta and communicate the whole position, possible hostiles.
I'll communicate that to the party.
Does
I don't have any sort of comm. I just have the Tech Priest Wi-Fi. I don't know if that can tune into that.
and if some,
Yeah, exactly. And
yeah,
also, I don't think you'd understand binary.
they're not really made.
Yep.
They're not really made to be compatible. If you had some time and some tools, you could make them compatible. But that would be bordering on tech heresy, which, depending on how the
I mean,
tech priest
our
actually,
Tech Priests, we're not exactly
you're not part of the
bowing
mechanic
to
is
Mars. Yeah, like we're part of this group because of that. So yeah, we have that. What's the other communicator that we have the parts of?
the Voxcaster.
Yeah, we have the Voxcaster. We could maybe, if we took some time, combine the two.
Did you just suggest that we aren't devout followers of the standard Martian creed?
SV looks back at you from the 20 meters he's ahead of you guys and shrugs.
Mm-hmm.
We play it fast and loose in this squad.
And the tech priest parts are like skirting tech heresy on the regular.
But yeah, we could probably combine the two
It
to
says
get
you're
you
a
better long
heretic.
range communication. Anyway, but you can communicate to Mu Theta, and Mu Theta can communicate to me. Just have to play a game of telephone. Yeah. Let's play a little game of telephone, though, if you want to communicate with me from how far ahead I am.
Yeah, we use
Yep.
new spherics.
We're nerds. Yep.
No, that's not jank enough. We're using a peer-to-peer MySpace.
He keeps changing the damn password, and I have to keep guessing it, wasting my processing power.
It costs you
Enforcing it.
all of a quarter of a millisecond, but that's a long time for a cog boy.
Annoying. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to go stealth and start flanking that 70 meter away position.
All right, roll me stealth then. Out of curiosity, how bright and vibrant are your Mechanicus robes?
The opposite of bright and vibrant.
Ah, the
Oil
Stygies 8
stain.
approach.
Yeah. I'm built for blending in, not standing out. I rely on being able to get close to my targets to kill them. If
I
I'm
love
wearing
looking
a
at that.
bright red fucking pointy hat, it's a little hard to do that.
I'm rocking that Martian red.
So this would just
So-
be flat perception, no modifier, because I am proficient.
So presumably you would have the assistance of, at least to some degree, the fleet's tech priestess from Stygies 8, who has normally black robes with like red accents, rather than
Yeah.
red with white accents.
Yeah, I can do black with red.
Hmm.
I'm debating if I want to use my fade on that. A 1 in 3 chance.
You get one every week.
I eliminated my already 1 in 3 chance, so that means I have a 50% chance.
Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling!
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it. Well, I removed the 1 statistical probability and then somehow roll it again still.
No, see, now that second time there was a 50-50 chance, but if you do it again with another fate point,
Guaranteed, but I
surely.
don't have another fate point.
Leans
Oh,
over
dang
to
it.
Mu Theta. I
Wait, do
see
they
his
accumulate?
stats education is
Hang
why
on.
he
Do
didn't
they-
qualify for the priesthood.
Do they accumulate? Or do we have
No.
access to 1 every week? Okay, yeah, so.
You get up to your max fate points every session.
Yep.
They do not stack beyond that.
Well, I somewhat, not so quietly, walk over to this bush.
I mean, you are trained for stealth. You're not like blatant about it, but yeah, it's less a lack of competence on your part because you're actually trained for this and you're allegedly know what you're doing. But whatever was in those bushes does not seem to be making any more noise and is not showing itself.
Okay. Well, I go into the bushes.
All right. Are you looking for trails, perhaps?
Yes, boot prints, hoof prints, footprints. Oh, and then yeah, I'll update Mu Theta and vector him into my position so that they can come over here and this is the bush it was in. I swear there was something here. I'm not fucking crazy.
There is a need for a survival test.
Okay. Think we're all proficient in that.
Much in the way of medical training, but we do know how to live off the land.
Well, I mean, a flat roll for medical for me would be a 17, but I think Mu Theta's way higher, so he would actually have like a 25 with the negative 20 for not being known. You still have a pretty decent chance of a Medicaid check. Yeah. Yeah. But I think he has like what's your Gilbert, what's your intelligence? Like 55?
55.
Yeah, so you'd have a 25, actually a 35 on that Medicaid roll. That's not half decent. Ah.
hmm
So what do the boot prints say?
You do find a boot print. 2 of them. 3 of them. I don't think Ogren can count this high, but lucky for you, you're not an Ogren. There's 5 footprints. And they
Like
do seem
5
to be
sets,
no, like
or one guy with 5 legs.
5 steps.
I gotcha.
It's hard to tell where they would come from, but they don't look like Militarum standard boots. They're a little bit too pointed at the front. And they are heading off to the west. After 5 steps, the trail kind of disappears.
All right. Well, beep boop beep that to Mu Theta, and then just relay the information up the pipeline. Gilbert.
I will communicate it down the pipeline.
Five boot prints pointing to the west of where I had seen somebody and looked like they were following me or scouting me. But they go west, we want to go north. So I'm just letting you know, like, hey, hostiles possibly, because they're not military boot prints. You said
They don't look like standard Astra Militarum boot prints or boot prints from the fleet. Those are universally rounded. These are a little bit pointed at the front.
Yep. And turn back and continue heading north, keeping that 20-meter space.
All right. And I need to figure out what. All right. Well, an hour passes. Another hour, pushing 2.5 hours of travel. And Commissar, your comm bead sparks up on a platoon level militia frequency, letting you know that you got incoming radio. It's kind of fuzzy, but you do hear contacts, maybe 10, probably less. No, south. I'll be out west. I don't.
SV stop, and then I transmit on that frequency. This is Commissar Masub Tenebris. Can anyone hear me?
There's silence for a second, 2 seconds. Then ecom bead keys up again, and it sounds like wind, like the someone is passing a ecom bead to another person. And you hear a woman's voice. Commissar, it's good to hear you. This is. Oh God, these bullets hurt. This is Sergeant. Oh, Sergeant Elizabeth. With the militia. As far as I know, the only person left on the platoons. Me and my squad. What can we do for you?
We're scouting for the 43rd Fleet, trying to get in contact with the local chain of command, or what remains of it. Why don't we link up and head that way? What is your position?
Kilometer southeast of our command bunkers. We're going to be immobile for the next few minutes.
Then we will come to you. what is your current situation?
We just had a skirmish with some orcs. Took some fire. Medics. Oh, God. By the throne, medic. Why were you stabbing that thing? The medics patching everyone up, and our engineers trying to get the track on our Chimera fixed. If you run into anything that's not human or orcs, there was something else around here. Couldn't see it, but wasn't any Imperial weapons.
Then we most certainly should talk in person. We are on our way.
Understood, Commissar. We'll keep the area as clear as we can.
Very good. And then, not transmitting in the Vox, I tell the squad to, all right, let's head for those guys, that direction.
Yep. Well, pivot whatever direction you need to pivot to start heading towards the radio signal and start moving.
Yeah. With your fancy mechanicus brain, you would know that would put you on a roughly 2 o'clock heading, which the where the squad is tending to themselves is to your 2 o'clock. Not that it's a heading, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, transmit the position change to Mu Theta, and well, Mu Theta would know which direction it is too.
Mhm.
And then onward.
Yeah. Takes about 25 minutes, and you would know the location well enough to know when about to expect them, and around 400 meters from where you're expecting them, you are met by the crew of a heavy bolter. The loader stands up and gives a imperial salute.
Do Mechanicus salute?
I don't think
I
so.
can,
At least not
I
really.
can answer this. I can answer this. So you know the shape
Yes,
that you
yes or
put
no,
your hands
Gilbert?
into to make a shadow puppet for like a bird?
Uh-huh.
You do that across your chest for the sign of the Aquila. The Mechanicus literally like take your fingers, spread them wide, and roll them back so a cogwheel and interlock them with the other hand doing the same thing.
Ah, okay. So it's
Yeah.
the excellent Mr. Burns, but pressed against the chest.
Yes.
Then yeah, Ashley would salute back in the manner that he salutes. Not saying a damn word because he's not a mouthpiece.
Oh
And
yeah,
just
it
keep
really is the
walking
excellent
past
Mr.
them.
Burns.
Yeah, the gunner seems to
baddies.
be remaining diligent and not engaging in formalities and pleasantries, but the loader does tell you, Sergeant's about half a click up that way. You'll want to talk to her, or given that your Mechanicus probably tend to the Chimera that she's propped up against right now.
Yeah, so when he stood up and saluted, I was walking, stopped and saluted, and just kept walking. I didn't stop and engage at all. So he's trying to talk to me. I'm just walking past him.
He's talking in your direction, not to you. He knows how Mechanicus types are. Yeah,
That's the
again,
start of a bad joke.
the gunners. Commissar, an Ogren, and a tech priest walk into a bar. The caliber was
Ow.
not large enough.
Ow.
Well, we're missing our heavy gunner and psyker right now. That's we need that to complete the fucking joke.
Yeah, I need my little he's going.
Sent and Thomas. Sent's on vacation. Thomas is just late. He comes later.
Since on vacation. So he decided to leave us?
Mhm. But either way, start heading towards the Chimera.
All right. Yeah, you're able to find your way there within a minute easily. The Chimera looks like it has a damaged drivetrain. It's going to take some effort and probably some spare parts to repair, but it looks like they have the right track up on a jack, and there is 2 people underneath it fixing it from the undercarriage. On the not propped up side, it looks like they're using that as a casualty collection point with 2 Medicaid tending to the wounded.
Hello.
Hello.
Our psyker's here.
With your powers.
All right. I'll push domination to make multiple people help me blow up the tech.
Anyway. Yeah, I'm assuming Mu Theta and I won't engage in pleasantries, and we'll just immediately go to the Chimera.
Oh my god, yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Like, we're grabbing the engineers by their ankles and pulling them out.
Well, we're not gonna pull them out. We just got to make sure that they're doing it right first. This is
No, they're
this
already
isn't
probably
on.
doing it wrong.
Let's wait and see first. We gotta see what kind of problem we're working with here.
All right. You're inspecting the Chimera?
Yeah.
Or-
Then I'm assuming Moss is
Yeah.
going to talk to the sergeant. Well, might get some information from her if you talk to her while we're inspecting it that you can update us.
All right. Well,
Because we don't talk to authority. We don't give 2 shits about that. It's like, oh, tech, let's go fix that.
Yeah.
mhm. I understand. So yeah, I would walk out of the woods, walk past the gunner places, nodding to him respectfully, like a commissar looking over, like, you were doing a good job, but non-verbally, and then I just keep walking.
Yeah, you get the whole gunner's remaining diligent. He'll nod to you, but he's not leaving the command of the controls of the heavy bolter. The loader is straight up, just stand up, salute,
I
whole
return the salute.
formality shtick.
In like the casual battlefield way that tends to happen. You know, there's no need to be like parade ground perfect here.
Now the loader's doing his best too.
Well, yeah, he doesn't know what kind of commissar I am, so. So yeah, and then I approach the sergeant.
And the sergeant has a Medicaid currently removing orc slugger shots from her side. It looks like she was shot several times. Most were into the arms, where the flak armor doesn't quite cover very well. She'll salute with what strength she can, which is not a lot. So, good to see you, Commissar. She'll grab one of the Medicaid. Hey, get the guys out of here. They should not be hearing this right now. And that Medicaid will start getting everybody out of the CCP. And she'll turn back to you. All right. Well, this is as much privacy as we can get, Commissar.
Well, then it'll have to suffice. You said you saw something other than orcs and traitors. Could you be more specific?
Something was shooting at the orcs from another tree line. Not our position. To did not sound like any of our weapons or any of the guard regiments that should be anywhere near this planet. And I did find this in one of the orcs, and she's going to rummage around in her armor's vest pockets, and she will pull out a small arms munition. And do you have any lores related to Xenos?
Not specifically. I do have Tactica Imperialis. I
All
don't.
right.
So I would imagine that in like the whatever they call a commissary at school, they would cover like how to identify enemies.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll that for me.
Okay. Let's see. So it's 1 pip. Yep. Nope. I continue my streak of failing every check I make.
Who knows? It's Xenotech. It's weird at the best of times. It is weird, really weird, that they would have like a frisbee shape that's the size of your thumbnail, but who's to say? It could be a couple things. Might be Tau, might be Eldar, might be Necrons. Probably not Necrons. They just disintegrate everything.
I was about to say, what kind of Necrons use projectiles?
Could be orcs. They are known for fighting each other. A lot of weird stuff.
Do you consider a tachyon arrow to be a projectile?
No.
Okay, well that rules out that one-shot kill weapon.
So I take the proffered object and examine it, and and I simply nod and say it's obviously of Xeno construction. I assume you did not get eyes on the Xenos in question.
No, sir. We're all walking wounded at best, and our Chimera's too damaged to give chase.
Understandable. I believe Mu Theta 17 and his associates are currently assisting yours in getting this Chimera back to an operational state. What's your supply situation like?
Below standard. Better than it has been, not as good as it should be. You need ammo for something?
Merely making sure that once the Chimera is operational, that your squad is still combat effective.
Will be a while before we're back up to full strength, but if you need a distraction, we got ammo to spare. Giving our lives assisting a commissar is about the best any of us could ask for.
Well, there is something better, and that is helping the commissar and not giving up your lives. That way you can serve even longer.
I don't mean any offense by this, sir, commissar, but that doesn't tend to happen around here. I'll do as good guardsmen do and take your word for it. Yeah, they're... not right now. Our Foxcaster is on the fritz, and we don't have it. Well, I guess now we have two. We haven't had a tech priest to get that sorted out. I assume if they're checking over the Chimera, they'll find it eventually, or the engineers will let them know. But those idiots, who knows?
Sent conversation, occasionally punctuated by the rite of percussive maintenance in the background.
I appreciate that, Commissar. More than words can really convey. Landed? Oh, I don't know. That would have been before my time. At least 10 years. Um, given that nobody was talking about it before, before I joined up, either it just recently got big, or it's been going on so long that it's become commonplace. Best guess, 20, 25 years, if it's commonplace, or within the last 12, if it just got big recently. Always been orcs in the area, and people, you know, individuals sometimes go feral, for lack of a better term, and the officers on duty aren't able to catch them before they slip out of the walls. Our mission is to not lose our command bunker. As I understand, the higher ups are using it as a point of reference for a lot of things. So they need to send observers through here to get their mission intel or whatever it is. That'd be Lieutenant Sims. He's one of the oldest guys I know of in the militia, but got a good head on his shoulders as far as I've seen. Mm. Oh, bastard's still alive. Because I owe Mamasek when he gets here. Yeah. Well, a proper medic and a glorified assistant, but and it would be. I'll send him as soon as we're able to move. I live to serve, Commissar. And she will salute again. Alright. And as you're leaving, the conversation is assumed done by the rest of the squad. The medics return to tending to the wounded. And I think that would bring us over to the Chimera.
Yeah, be fixing this shit.
Indeed. Go ahead, and if you're just investigating it while the engineers are working on it, give me a tech use test.
Yeah, we'll
I
give it
can
a look
assist.
over.
Yep. You have full assistance.
All right, so it's
Plus 20.
D100 plus 20 plus 20, so 55 plus 20 plus 20.
Yep. Now he's letting the
I am
or the ogre
trained in
help him.
tech use.
Huh?
Yogurt's also trained in tech use.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so much more funny
Yeah,
than the psyker.
Yeah. I'm showing him how to work it. Yeah.
One of those two is helping me, and I'm not letting on which one it is.
Really, it's the Commissar.
I think that passes.
Indeed. This looks like the drive shaft, and the damage would be consistent with an indirect hit from a anti-tank weapon. Given that it's orcs, it was probably a tank buster rocket that flew under its intended target and blew up under the Chimera. Enough to damage the drivetrain, but not enough to take the whole Chimera out of commission.
Well, I do believe we gotta get that fixed, or at the very least, get their mechanics in the position to get it fixed.
Yeah, their mechanics, at least before you jammed your head under their Chimera, were making repairs, and they were working properly, just kind of slow because they're not really trained too well for this extensive of repairs, and they don't have the gear that they need to do it out in the field.
Well, in that case, does Mu Theta think they will be successful in their repairs without Mechanicus aid?
At the rate they're working, maybe could take anywhere between a couple hours and a couple days. They might
right.
also just fuck something up later.
That is too slow. Mu Theta will show them what true mechanical efficiency is.
All right. If I remember right, you got a couple bits and bobs that would help with this. What, like, repair-centric gear do you have? Just for time estimates.
Well, I think the Sacred Nugget is the MacGuffin repair shit.
You mean technical knock?
Technical
no, the
knock
Sacred
is for...
Unguents is what I was talking about.
Ah, yes, we do have the Sacred Unguents.
But I'm calling them Sacred Nuggets.
I've got a utility mechadendrite
Mm-hmm.
and a mind impulse unit.
Yeah, with all your gizmos and doohickeys, you might be able to get this done within an hour. Probably looking at an hour and a half to 2 hours to repair it to not just functional, but well functioning.
Okay, in that case, the Commissar will be told that it will take 2.5 hours to account for potential lag time.
Even with me helping?
Yes. You are replacing the entire drivetrain of an infantry fighting vehicle.
Yeah.
Additionally,
No, I meant the time that you gave him, was that including me helping, or was that just him working by himself and me staying there cross-armed?
That's with you helping as an extra set of hands and the Psyker or the Ogren basically holding the IFV up because there's not really room for 3 people under it.
Yes.
At least
So
not
Ogren,
comfortably.
Ogren's gonna kick out the jack stands and just hold the thing up because he wants to prove he can do it better than the jack stands were doing.
always,
I can just
always
picture
round.
that.
Mu Theta is going to set a blur to binary to a SV. Always round up on task time with the organics. It makes our work look even more impressive to them. And
Yeah,
will
I can just
bother us
respond
less.
within the sphere and be like, I don't talk to them.
Binary
fix
thumbs
shit.
up.
Yeah, I just fixed it.
Thumbs up emoji.
Just keep making fucking dial-up noises at each other.
The metal one scare me. The metal one scare me.
They or us may have need of it at some point.
Affirmative.
Oh, don't let me keep you. Let me keep you. Oh, don't let me keep
Mu
you.
Theta is still underneath here. The whole conversation was being done while he's working.
Oh, well, in that
Do
case,
it.
I would just stand up and walk off.
He has an
The two
extra melt
engineers.
piece down his shin.
The
So
two
we can talk
engineers
easier.
look at each other, look at the commissar, look at the tech priest, look at each other, look at their sergeant, and they are just dumbstruck by everything that's going on right now.
And I probably then would just spend this time while they're fixing it, just kind of touring the little camp that they've set up, just, offering encouragement to the soldiers that are defending us.
All right.
The
Would
commissar smoke up the ass.
would you like to give me a charm or command test? I think oh, very nice. You'll be able to get what's left of the squad. Yes. Okay. Yeah,
Commissar versus the dice bot.
The dark gods simply refuse to allow one of the Emperor's strongest commissars to do his job.
you're the attempt at a commissar who's similar to Caiaphas Kane, but his plan is always more than Jurgen shoot it with a melt-a-gun. And this is the fallout of that. Nothing works. Yeah, morale does seem to improve a bit. The people who are just on like idle sentry are a little bit less slouched. Doesn't seem to have quite the effect you were intending, but nobody seems disheartened by it or anything. As the time passes, a lot of clang, 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 thunk. The rites of percussive maintenance are performed. Repairs are made. half an hour turns into an hour. Seems the sentries are swapping out, getting rations. Everyone is offered rations from the militia's little stockpile inside the Chimera that they have one of their smaller guys scurry into because it's being held up by an Ogryn right now. And the meals are passable, but the fleet's rations are definitely better.
Yeah, same. I think our whole squad would be like, no, we'll just eat ours.
Yeah. Um, hour turns into an hour and a half. Theta, can you give me another tech use test? As you're finishing up repairs on the drivetrain.
All right. So it's a D100 target goal of 55 plus 20 plus 20.
Yep. Sounds right, at least. Uh-huh. Yeah, you get to about an hour 20, and the drivetrain is not just functional, but it might be better protected now than it was before. Another tank buster rocket might damage it, but it's not likely to take it out unless it's a direct hit.
All right. Well, I did tell the commissar it would take 2.5 hours, so I guess we'll spend the last hour really just. Well, he did want me to get the Vox unit. There's no other problems with this thing, is there?
None that have been brought to your attention, none that you've noticed. I mean, the treads have some dirt and mud and a couple branches, but that's stuff you'd expect to find, and cleaning it now would be useless because it would just get stuck in there again as soon as it moves.
Fair enough. In that case, to the Vox system I go.
All right. And as you go inside, one of the guys is scampering out with a couple power packs for the las guns. He kind of bumps into you, backs away, hides in a corner, and then scurries out past you. They don't seem to like the Mechanicus too much, at least not close interactions.
What do you mean? He looks like
Who?
Doc Octopus, and I look like Scorpion.
Who don't like us?
The squad in
Militia,
particular.
they seem to be skittish around the Mechanicus.
Like unusually skittish, or just like normal tech illiterate plebeians?
They seem like tech illiterate plebeians who have heard some really weird rumors about the Mechanicus, which are clearly all false, and the Mechanicus is the most normal people in the galaxy.
We are the most normal people in the galaxy. It's these corpse worshippers that are weird. I mean, what? Not corpse worshippers. Baseline humans. Sorry.
Yeah, you're able to go into the command hatch, or up to the command hatch in the turret, and get the Vox open. And as you're looking at it, it looks like it's just a couple wires got knocked loose, and their engineers either didn't want to tamper with something they don't really know how it works, or they just completely missed it or never got around to it or something. That is a very simple fix. That takes about 5 minutes.
Alrighty. We'll do that then too.
All right. And as you finish fixing the wires, the Vox does flicker to life, but it doesn't seem to be transmitting or receiving anything right now. All right.
Very good.
Now you've got an entire hour of estimated work time that you can either relax or do all your sacred rites and douse everything with sacred nuggets.
Relax? What? No, we have work to do.
You just did it. What do you mean?
We're gonna find more busy work. There's got to be more fucking technology that these PDF primitives are not properly maintaining.
I mean, does there though? Sure, they're primitive, but they're not breaking their stuff. All their stuff that's broken is broken from other causes. So far, at least.
Well, in that case, then, if there's no signs of anything else needing repairs, we'll go report to the commissar that the repairs are done.
If you didn't open the breech of the main gun, you would see that the shell is loaded backwards. No, but yeah, you're able to make that report easily. It's as easy as walking out of the Chimera. All right. And
So, did you get the Vox working?
Yes, the Vox is returned to functional condition. The machine spirits are pleased.
Wonderful. And I go and start tuning the Vox in this thing to see if I can't raise high command on it, or whatever remains of high command, using my commissariat's knowledge.
yeah, you're flicking through all the universal channels or frequencies. You hear in the background the sergeant sends the junior Medicaid with a corporal and two of the privates off to find that injured guy. And you are fluent enough in the use of technology that you don't really need to roll this. You're able to get a response from a Corporal Weston, because I'm creative with names. And how are you introducing yourself on the Vox?
As Commissar Mosa Tenebris from the 43rd Fleet.
Thomas, 43rd Fleet. Commissar, this is Corporal Lesson. We don't have any 43rd Fleet on the list of expected reinforcements. Did you just get here?
Yes.
Oh, well, at least something's going good right now. What can I do for you? Need to talk to command.
That is what I am attempting to do.
All right, give me 10 minutes. I'll find a lieutenant somewhere.
Okay.
And goes quiet. A little under 10 minutes later, I found him. He'll be, oh, here he is. And the Vox goes quiet for all of like 5 seconds. And greetings, Commissar. I understand your reinforcements. This is Lieutenant Sims of the local Planetary Defense Force. I am what's left of the command of this area. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And it's good to hear your voice. It's always heartening to hear servants of the Emperor managing to remain despite trying circumstances.
how and what circumstances they are, but there's always glory to be had in the battlefield. How may we be of assistance, Commissar?
So, this is not in character. What was our mission again? I didn't actually write it down.
Let me find out because I wrote it down like 2 weeks ago. Squad height, and looking for rebel Vox channels and leadership on the planet, and neutralizing them in any way deemed necessary. You are given as much liberty as you would like to operate as freely or strictly as the situation needs, but your primary task is for primarily communications and leaderships to be neutralized.
Of a rebel faction.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I would inform the lieutenant that our priority is locating and eliminating those elements that have joined the Greenskins.
The feral folk. What a nuisance they've been. We will gladly lend what aid we can, but I'm afraid our manpower is quite strained at the moment.
Indeed, we're sent as a small task force to deal with them in a more surgical manner. Our requirements of you are mostly involved with intelligence as to their strength in numbers and location.
We can do what we can. I'm afraid our scouts have been unable to find much lately. There have been strange going on out to the west, but none of our dispatch scouts have been able to return anything. However, we currently believe the orcs are coming from further south than we originally thought. I can show you regional maps when you get here if you're on your way by chance.
We will be shortly. I simply thought, since the good sergeant here had a Vox, to contact ahead of time to let you prepare for my arrival.
Wonderful, wonderful. We will be properly prepared for your welcoming, Commissar.
Indeed. Then I shall see you shortly, Lieutenant.
If there's anything else we can aid you with at the moment, I will gladly be of assistance to the extent of my ability.
I know you will. And then I sign off with, whatever traditional, glory to the God Emperor, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. The whole spiel. Yeah, and he responds in kind, and this guy might be some kind of minor noble. It takes almost 10 minutes for him to get through his whole speech. Yeah, you're able to end the Fox call. All right.
Head out of the Chimera. Find the sergeant and thank her for her hospitality. But we must be on our way.
Best of luck to you, Commissar. May the Emperor guide your step.
And may his light always shine on you. And then we leave.
All right. And from this point on is assumed friendly territory. There's not a lot going on as you make your way northwest. And yeah, it's assumed friendly territory. Doesn't mean it's gonna stay friendly territory. You don't have any interruptions on your like half-hour jog or march to the command network. And you are greeted with all the pomp and celebration that the militia could muster, complete with their 4 flags of the Imperium and their regimental colors being presented.
Due respect to the colors and the flags. You know, very obviously these are people who are loyal to the Emperor. These aren't the traitors. Or at the very least, they fear a single commissar enough to pretend very, very much.
As the color guard escorts you, you're guided wherever you want to go. I'm assuming that's the command bunker.
Yeah, I would be asked to be shown to the lieutenant.
Yeah, the lieutenant is a older guy for a planetary defense force, so he's pushing like mid-30s.
All right.
He greets you with all the pomps and circumstance that, again, all that they can muster here.
Yeah, I respond, appropriately.
Oh, Commissar, I understand the situation is not as well covered by intelligence as you would like, and I will aid as I am able. I have here a regional map somewhere, and I have lost where I put that again. I seem to be really good at that. I will get a regional map eventually, but the area to the west and southwest, like from... don't need to sneeze, it sucks. But the command bunker is the center of the map. From 1 to 2 o'clock is assumed friendly territory. 3 to 7 is unknown. 6 to 8 is assumed orcs, and 8 back to 12 is assumed hostile unknown. There is some overlap at 6 and 7 between assumed orc and unknown. Seems like that is a contested area right now.
So we should make it uncontested?
Okay. Well, that unknown area is probably where your feralites, I think or feral people you called them.
We don't know what's going on with them exactly. We assume they've gone feral. I can think of no other reason to stray from the Emperor's light and into the hands of the Greenskin menace.
Best not to contemplate it.
Of course, of course.
Have there been any odd transmissions or the like through the Vox?
To transmissions through the Vox. You would have to double check with the Master of Vox, but I don't think there have been any recently. There has been some unclear communications for brief periods in the last 2 to 4 months. But whatever was causing that problem seems to have dispersed itself since then.
Well, then I'll make sure to talk to the Master of the Vox before we leave. Did these... so these people weren't always feral. This isn't a pre-industrial world that's been settled, so much as these are people that used to be, for example, normal imperial citizens that then turned.
So this used to be a feudal world, as I understand, compared to other feudal worlds, a relatively advanced one, but a feudal world nonetheless. The feral problem has only started within the last half a year.
Where did it start?
Where did it start indeed? If I remember right, it was on the eastern end of this continent. We are currently quite central on the continent.
And it's spread from there. It is a widespread issue at this point.
Less spread and more migrated, seems from the Medicaid reports we've been getting, that off to the east they've ceased having problems with ferals, and the problem has since moved here.
And have you been able to determine this nomadic feral issues location, even generally?
Well, currently it is in this region, though we are not able to, at the moment, narrow it down beyond that.
All right. Well, at least we have some contacts before we have to go and do some wild goose chasing.
Commissar, do you happen to have a Voxcaster with you? If you don't, you can we can load you one of ours and keep you updated as we receive information.
Oh, that would be most gracious of you. Thank you.
Of course, I'll have the Master of Vox bring one.
Well, then it would seem that we have some scouting to do for my squad.
Best of luck to you, Commissar. And if we do have a small motor pool that we can lend some unarmed vehicles, I'm afraid for our armed vehicles, they all are currently out in the field.
Of course, but some transport wouldn't be remiss. We weren't entirely sure of the situation when we landed, so we went for light and stealthy, comparatively.
Naturally.
But now that we've got a bit of a handle on the situation, yes, I think just some type of transportation would be most welcome. Now let's go talk to your Master of Vox.
And
I just did the math. My run speed is 17 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean that's fast for a sprint, but that's not like superhuman yet.
Yeah, that's not like a Starties level or anything.
Yeah.
Like in
But I'm just
middle
picturing
school,
the light vehicles moving through, sort of dense forest, and SV's just running ahead of them.
yeah, like in middle school, I had a 10-mile-an-hour jog for the mile run. Like 17 miles an hour isn't huge. Yeah, he will lead you through a few hallways. Um, and everything looks like it's been touched up in the last like 10 minutes to look nice for your arrival into the Fox room, where there are about a dozen people trying to manage way too many Vox calls, and 2 scribes who are trying to track down far too much, and the Master of Vox who is overseeing the operation as much as one can oversee. And he turns to you. Commissar, I was told to expect your arrival. It's a pleasure to meet you. Here, and he will grab a Voxcaster and offer it to the squad, whoever you want to take it.
Yeah, I
prob-
like
Probably Mu Theta?
yeah, he's kind of our like backline support guy. Makes sense that he'd be handling our comms.
And he's the least likely to be in direct damage, whereas I'm literally running into melee. So
Right.
me being the other tech priest to carry the Vox is, the ideal. Like I'm the radio guy, but I'm also the guy that runs into their face. Bad idea to put the radio on his back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
He's
I think we'll give it to Mu Theta.
Alrighty.
He's the least likely to be in the line of fire, you say about the only guy in the squad who's been shot in the head yet.
Well, that'll teach him to keep his head down.
We were, in my defense, we were straight up jumped, and that happened before I could get to cover.
Well, just make sure that the box is like 50 meters away from me. Who knows?
We'll
what
make
can
sure you're
happen
50 meters
at
away
any
from the
time.
box.
I don't. What's going on? I carry it.
No, that's okay.
Oh, I help. I help.
Yeah, carry the power packs, like the extra power packs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are heavy, and that way we can carry more, and Mu Theta doesn't break himself.
Like the sound of that?
Metal man. Fragile. He walks off.
Yep.
But yeah, speaking of Mu Theta's damage, have one of their Medicays look at him.
It wouldn't
Fix him up a
matter. It
bit?
has to be 24 hours.
There's no like a heal spell or anything like that in this game. There's no giving you temporary HP back.
I don't think even psychers have something like that.
Okay. I just don't know mechanics, so.
Yeah, for first aid, you can get first aid attempted on you once per every 24 hours. You naturally heal every day, but it's like 1 or 2 health a day, assuming you're lightly wounded. Let's see, Biomancy is where? Smite, Iron Arm, Enfeeble, Endurance, Life Leech, Warp Speed, Hemorrhage. None of those sound like healing. Well, Life Leech is healing, sort of. Yeah, no, there's no healing spells for Only War.
Okie doke. Well, that answers that question.
So that means whenever we're gonna heal somebody, we have to just have the person that's doing the healing be the only one that attempts to heal somebody. Yeah.
I mean, you
Well, I
can do
mean,
first
Gilbert's
aid.
halfway there now, so you know.
Oh, I can add a Medicaid Mechadendrite if you want me to. I could just attempt.
No, never.
Okay, fine. I won't patch you up. Bleed out. Fuck you. I'll just
Alright.
turn your body into a servitor. I'm good
See?
either
What are
way.
you doing wrong?
Master of Vox, if he's heard any strange transmissions, non-imperial ones.
Non-imperial transmissions. No, every transmission that has come through this region has been imperial, but there has been some strange background noise. Seems like it's just a feedback of some kind, but we haven't been able to tell from where. It may be something using similar frequencies to our Vox channels that is getting picked up too weak to come through.
I see. Now you say you haven't been able to locate the source of it. Do you have even a general location or direction that this unknown interference is coming from?
It's been reported less and less the further east along the front we go, so I would assume it's coming from the west somewhere, or perhaps the south. And it would just have less range either way as it's going to the east, but north has not been reporting much of it at all, and east has been reporting even less. By our
Okay.
best guess, it's coming from the west to southwest somewhere.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Of course.
Well, if there's nothing else, Master of Vox, I will leave you to your duties. We must be on our way.
The Emperor guide your step, Commissar.
And I, issue whatever appropriate reply there is and leave.
Yeah, the PDF's like conversation ender seems to be may the Emperor guide your step, and anything along those lines is an appropriate response to that.
When they invoke the Emperor, you invoke the Emperor.
Basically. May the Green Emperor guide your step. What? All right. All right. But I assume you're going to the motor pool to pick up a vehicle. They have what's essentially a bunch of pickup trucks, but they look like they might have been built in Necromunda.
Well, look for the one with the beefy suspension for the Ogre, and let's hop on.
It looks like they have uh, a large cargo variant. the large cargo variant would need most of the people like standing in the bed. Because if I remember right, the guardsman classes get a comrade, and so do the Ogren. So it'd be Psyker, Guardsman, Ogren, Tech Priest, Seer, 3 companions. 10 people? No, 9. So driver, 1 person in the passenger seat. That leaves 7 people in the bed of the pickup truck. So you could have like most of the smaller people just sitting on the side, and then the Ogren in the middle, like standing over the hood, or not the hood, the roof. It's not comfortable for the people in the back, but they fit.
I'm guessing Gasha's got his auto cannon resting on the roof, ready to fire.
Yeah, I have one hand on
Yeah, and everyone in the bed of the pickup truck, it reeks behind the Ogren, but don't tell them that.
I don't know what you're talking about. It do not stink.
Yeah, is anybody trained in operate surface vehicle?
I don't think we have anybody in operate.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, I have
Well,
navigate surface with the changes that we made, but that's it.
well, luckily, just driving even off-road is simple enough. So as long as you don't try to do any combat maneuvers, it should be fine. Where would you like to go? West it is. And you're, what, just seeing what happens out west, examining the front?
Well, Mu Theta will attempt the triangulations.
All right. So you're chugging along out west. Half hour passes. Nothing yet. Come up on an hour, hour and a half. And at an hour and a half, you do start getting some white noise in the background of what looks like a squad level radio frequency. It's just some static, but that is roughly what you're looking for, as far as I understand.
Detecting anomalous audio interference. Unclear. Checking.
Go ahead and give me a tech use test.
I do believe that passes with the plus 30.
All right. This is encrypted. The weird part is it's using a very similar encryption method to your fleet's encrypted transmissions. Not
Yeah.
identical, but suspiciously close.
Yeah, Mu Theta is going to communicate that.
You're doing what?
Mu Theta is going to communicate that to the Commissar. Mu Theta is already attempting.
So this, I think, would technically fall under security. Or if you have cryptology, that would also apply. But using your intelligence instead of perception or whichever cryptology is.
I don't see a cryptology category.
I think it's a scholastic lore
Or trade.
or trade, one of the two. It's an
I don't
option.
have that.
So you'd be the best at security then.
Wait, security is here under int, just normally.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah,
we're talking about
okay.
crypto.
Yeah, I don't know what cryptology's under, but it's probably also under intelligence. Most of the lore skills are.
Aquila coin.
Actually call it a coina.
And then the cog boys get in on this. It'll be cog coin. There's just a tech priest who straight up has a cache of like Archaeotech Bitcoin.
Where do you think they all went?
It's sitting in his data bank. He doesn't know what they actually are.
Gilbert, there is a known tech priestess within the fleet from Styges 8, one of the dodgiest Forge worlds. Where do you think all the Bitcoin went?
Yeah.
How fungible your tokens yet?
No, not the NFTs.
Yeah, go ahead and give me security or tech use would also be applicable at a -20.
Okay, I'll use tech use. Can I get assistance from my buddy SV?
Yep.
All right, that merely. Oh yes. All right, so that's 55 plus 20 minus 20 plus 20. We're up at a 75.
Let's roll 76. I fucking dare you.
Well, that's an order.
All right. Yeah, you're able to decrypt the transmissions, and takes a couple minutes to tune it properly to the decryptions. But as soon as you do, the static turns from static to, oh, of course they didn't see us. You think this backwards planet has anyone who could do that? No. No, of course not. I know. No, they're not following us.
Mu Theta is going to record the entire conversation.
Wonderful. Yeah, it seems to be someone saying that they're not being followed, insisting they're not being followed, and that everyone here is a primitive degenerate or something of the sorts.
Hey, they're right on 1 out of 3 of those statements. That is an unacceptable margin of error. Am I able to do that, Sleuth?
I mean, typically you would find their location just from getting the signal strength at various points, but as you're already traveling, you will eventually be able to figure out that they are to your west by southwest, about a heading of about 250. I can remember directions because I fly, and directions are important when you're in the air.
Bullshit. Lies, and slander.
All right. Since is everyone listening, or are you keeping the volume down so only select people?
Yeah, definitely our mics are muted.
All right. Uh, yeah. Anybody listening could give me an intelligence test, and if you have any lore for Xenos, those would apply.
I know Xenos.
I
There
don't
is
I don't
there's
I don't
good
know
I can
Xenos
nonsense.
lore.
smell Xenos.
There's good Xenos lore to know, like how many times to shoot them, and the answer is always all your ammo.
You shoot till they stop twitching.
I'll also make a roll. I'm not trained in any of that though, so what is it? My in minus 20?
Yeah.
It passes.
All right. Um, you know, you say it seems like some of SV's 0102's associations have started rubbing off on you. Um, this this sounds weirdly similar to the smugness of the Eldar that you would have heard mention of in passing within the Lathe Cruiser from the Tech Priestess from Stitches 8. Only
Oh
they could
no.
be so smug and so wrong at the same time about so many things.
Oh no. The Eldar Harlequins are going to steal our superior heavy armored chimeras. God, I need the picture for that.
Yeah, you are able to, just based off of the manner in which they're talking, presume that these are, in fact, the knife ears. Not the worst knife ears, but the bad knife ears.
Exactly. Exactly. But also, like, seriously, now I'm just picturing that picture that they shared many years ago of Harlequins stealing Imperial armored vehicles because they're better than Eldar vehicles.
What does Google give me for that? Yeah. You're able to track down the direction, and it does seem like they are moving, but seems they're moving. You can give chase, parallel them. You can try and loop around to intersect, but that would put you on a much more roundabout trip, and you might not be able to keep pace if you're going out of your way like that. All right. And now, the fun part, since you're only keeping pace, there won't be penalties. Go ahead and whoever's driving, give me operate surface. Um,
Probably one of the
probably,
lower ranks that's following us. Mm-mm. Some of us have followers. Comrades.
I mean, they're your comrades, if you have them, are assumed to be like nearly untrained recruits. They're basically there to give suppressing fire and help you with knife fighting.
We can have recruits.
Mostly guardsmen. I think it's guardsmen, Ogren, Ratlings, and Psychers.
Yeah, so we have 3.
It, um, because this
Actually,
is made for off-roading and poor terrain, you will have a plus 25, so it'll be your agility plus 5.
I'd be driving. I have the highest agility. I'm built for agility. I didn't even look at the tag on it. I was like, oh, it's fucking operate, so it's probably, like perception or intelligence. No, it's fucking agility. Okay. So plus 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agility plus 5.
Bumpy road.
I would hope it's not a bumpy road because there's no road here. You're driving through the forest.
Exactly. I'm blaming the bumpy road.
At best, you'll have a game trail, which is going to be about as wide as one of your tires. Yeah, as far as you're able to tell from the Vox strength, you're not making any ground. But it also doesn't seem like you're losing ground. You are roughly keeping pace. You might be losing a little bit of speed on them, but
So
hard.
if we're trying to follow a radio signal, wouldn't that be navigate?
And
Operating
it's
the vehicle is operating the vehicle. We're trying to vector into a particular location.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So then that would be 3 better. So I still the roll wouldn't have changed. I still would have failed the roll. But yeah, I have a 37 plus 10. I don't know if anybody else has navigate. I don't think so.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have the minus 20, so it'd be plus 25.
Yeah.
So that would actually be plus 23. So if we can retcon using navigate service, I actually would have succeeded on that test.
All right. Marginal success, but success nonetheless. Yeah, you're able to gain a little bit of ground if you want to close distance in a appreciable amount that will take time at this rate, but you are able to if you want to later. Um, yeah, assuming your plan is going to be to just hail them from a distance, estimate their position by the radio strength or the Vox strength, and go off of that.
Looks over at the boss. Or tailing? Okay, yeah. I'll maintain, a couple 100 meters based on whatever mu theta relays to me.
A couple 100 meters. If you want to get that close, it might be a couple hours of driving at this rate to catch up that much. Going off of the Vox strength, it is still pretty faint. You might be like 15 kilometers behind them. You might be 20.
Okay.
Yeah, you're able to.
I'll say we're able to triangulate it that well, then what do you think? Probably a kilometer for noise suppression in the forest. Yeah, so I'll increase or close the gap until we're about a kilometer away, however long that takes, unless they stop.
Yeah, and you're able to ballpark it to like 25 to 50% in either direction of your estimate. So if you're aiming for a kilometer, you're probably going to notice before you get within 700 meters if they stop.
Okay.
Which half a mile, it's a little hard to hear a car from that far.
Mhm.
All right.
Unless this vehicle is exceptionally loud, then we can put the buffer to 2 kilometers. But if it's just a normal truck with a muffler and exhaust system.
It's loud for a pickup, but it has enough mufflers that it's not drastically louder than a regular truck.
Okay.
Yeah, with your collective brain power and planning, you're able to keep pace without giving away that you're following them. After about an hour, you do hear another voice, and on the same encrypted channel, and it sounds like they're the person the Eldar was probably reporting to. And they seem just more exasperated with the whole conversation than the Eldar is smug about it. And at some point during the bickering and what eventually becomes idle chatter, you do hear the second voice, which you're able to tell is a guy. Say, well, just make sure you're not followed. Check again, and then get the hell back to base. I don't want to have this conversation for another 3 hours. Not again. And then the Vox gets quiet for a while. Then the guy speaks up again. Oh, and please, for the love of fuck, don't stab me again. It hurts. And then the Vex does kind of quiet down, but there is enough occasional chatter that you can keep a trail on.
So for as long as the signal's been moving, has it changed course, or has it been a linear line that it's been moving?
There have been small changes in course by maybe 10 to 15 degrees, but it seems to be roughly the same heading almost the entire way. But
These guys don't
I,
talk like Eldar. They're talking like people.
Are they?
They definitely sound like they are. They're not being nearly cryptic enough.
Aren't they? Um, but you are able to tell eventually, just off of the idle chatter, that the Eldar seems to be slowing down. I assume you also slow down so you don't overshoot and ram into the back of the vehicle. And it would be around the 2-hour mark. Is it that you hear the Eldar saying, well, what do you use? Kilometer. We're about 2 kilometers out. We'll be in touch soon. Don't get yourself killed. I think I like you. At least for a monk eye. And you hear a very long sigh from the guy. And then the Vox goes quiet once again. What would you like to do?
Update the commissar.
Well, he's tuned in.
I update him anyways.
About a kilometer behind them. They're about 2 kilometers from destination.
Yeah, like if they've stopped. Mu Theta, when they were talking with somebody else, were you able to pick up the source of the other transmission, the one they were talking to?
Was I able to, Sleuth?
And you weren't able to pinpoint exactly where it was, but it would be around the 3-kilometer ballpark that you guys have for the Eldar's destination.
Well, then let's just head directly there.
How close do you want to get before we kill the engine?
Depends how big the door is. If it's big enough that we can just ram this through and have Gutgasha leap over the front, I say we do that.
Okay.
If it's too small, we can try, diplomacy, where we'll drive right up to them and I'll hop out in all my commissarial glory and demand to know what's going on.
Diplomancy?
Yes.
Is that some kind of psyker power?
I don't know what that is.
It's where I offer them a chance to confess their sins before they meet the Emperor.
Oh,
The Emperor's mercy?
No. The Emperor is merciful. I am not.
silly. The Emperor doesn't have mercy. Silly monkey.
No, Crimson Eldar, kill him!
Yeah, what?
Everyone's giving the ogre like the side eye. Just
The Emperor is a strong, vengeful man. He has no mercy for weak. I'm an ogre. It's power I love. These are heretics. There is no mercy for heretics.
All right. Are you going at a ramming speed when you're investigating the walls of this place, or are you dismounting and then checking it
Oh,
out
there's
to
walls. Like
later?
so we got it. We're there.
You're able to you're able to get to a point where you see that there is a clearing, like about a kilometer wide around a walled. Looks like a proper Astra Militarum outpost, not the militia's handful of bunkers and some kind of mediocre trench lines.
Well, they'll probably recognize the militia as a hostile force and shoot at them if we just come out into the clearing in our vehicle. So we should dismount and just start walking towards them like we're supposed to be here. I'll be out in front. That way they can get the full regalia and understand exactly who is approaching them.
All right.
Kilometer circle. You want to circle it real quick and see what all is around this
Well, we
wall?
should find the front door and just walk towards that. I assume the bunker has a front door.
Yeah, there is a vehicle entry gate, along with a fortified gatehouse. And you're walking in, you driving in, just sticking out the commander's hatch.
Oh yeah, that's right. I could totally just stick out of the commander's hatch as we just drive towards them. Fuck it, let's do that.
Okay. Pedal to the metal, or
A normal pace, like
okay.
not like slow parade style, but also not
half
ramming
throttle.
speed.
Yeah, half throttle.
Yeah, so you get onto the road around the end of the clearing. Well, road is pulling a lot of weight. It's a dirt path that's more just worn into compacted dirt. There is some motion in the gatehouse, and eventually, a pair of guardsmen in carapace armor would step out and motion for you to stop before you reach the gates.
Okay. Go ahead and stop. Do they have unit markers on their armor?
They would have a insignia of another regiment from within the fleet on their left shoulders.
My fleet.
Yes, well, the fleet you're a part of.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, the fleet is going to almost universally imply the fleet that the regiment's from.
Were we informed of any others from the fleet being deployed to the AO?
This is straying a bit far from where you were dropped off. It's been like 3.5 hours drive at average would be like 25, 30 miles an hour is 45 kilometers. Yeah, you're a little over 150 kilometers if I'm doing my quick math right.
150, 200, somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
So it's in the region, but it's on the outskirts of the region. It's not exactly what they were expecting to be relevant to your immediate AO.
Fair enough. Okay. Are there any Eldar in the fleet?
What?
There's rumors of Eldar and Tau, but you haven't really seen any. There might be like individuals, but not a common sight. Certainly not kept out in the open if they are in the fleet.
Okay.
And as far as the fleet's concerned, if they're useful enough and willing to cooperate, the more more pragmatic Xenos like Eldar on occasion, Tau on occasion. The orcs that don't shoot everything and can be bribed.
So blood
They're
axes.
yeah, they're useful tools to have in your arsenal when there's more problems than you can handle with your immediate war gear.
So, just to clarify, we actively and regularly consort with Xenos as a fleet.
The fleet actively applies unconventional solutions to unconventional problems. If these were things the Astra Militarum could deal with, the Astra Militarum would deal with them.
Okay.
What's the Inquisition going to do? Chase down a fleet that hasn't existed for 5 millennium?
Yeah, if only because they might want to use us for something.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
the Inquisition. They totally come after our asses.
they would try. The fleet also does spend, on average, as much time in warp storms as in real space. The fleet's used as a go-between for like Tempestus Scions and Kazarkin, problems that they're not equipped heavily enough to deal with, and the Astartes, things that they're either over-equipped or just not on hand to deal with.
Okay.
Sometimes that involves doing weird shit. Yeah, the guard will just get a casual nod. Commissar? What are you doing out this way? Didn't think your unit was supposed to be this far west. Yeah. Yeah, let me just confirm that you're supposed to be in this area. Oh, you're close enough to arrive by a truck. It wouldn't be the first time we've had people trying to impersonate our number. He'll take a couple steps away. He has a comm bead in his ear apparently, and he will call up. About 20 seconds pass, and he'll wave it. You're right, it would be. Um, yeah, he's saying that we got a commissar in a truck bearing insignia from the 43rd. Are they supposed to be in this area? Like, they're further east, but they're on the planet at least. If they're here, just wave them through. We'll deal with this on inside. All right. Yeah, then he waves to the guy in the gatehouse. They open the gate and he says, "Oh, you're cleared on in." Sounds like the desire to have a conversation is mutual. Of course. I live to serve.
Turns over the truck. Starts driving.
Yeah, it's easy enough. You can find a spot in their sort of motor pool that's really just a large chunk of the outpost that they have cleared for vehicles.
Are there any trucks that are nicer than our truck that our crew could fit in?
Trucks that are nicer than yours, yes. Some of these vehicles are actually from the fleet, which are very nice compared to most planet-bound vehicles.
Yeah, if there's a
That
nicer truck that looks similar in size and capability of our truck, I'm going to try parking next to it so we can scavenge that one when we leave.
The problem is fitting the entire squad into it, because you don't have a small squad by any means.
I
There's
am a small
Keep the
squad.
milk truck.
there's a truck that is a slightly smaller utility truck that is comparable to yours, at least in size. It would be a squeeze more than it already is, but maybe. It is
Yeah, if we
much
don't have
nicer though.
anything, then I won't worry about it. Yeah, if they don't have anything that's worth upgrading to, that's not, making us squeeze more. Well, you could also ask, requisition a vehicle from them, maybe.
Oh yeah, let me just grab the Bane Blade out of my back pocket.
Chimera holds 12.
Yeah, but you've also got an Ogren.
Yeah, he takes up 3 spots. He takes up 3
I mean,
spots. The rest of our squad is total 9. Plus somebody's got to drive anyway, so there's actually like 4 spots open.
Ogren have a trait called But It Darkened There. They have to be literally ordered into small confined places, specifically like the back of a Chimera. And there is a chance that the order can fail, and the Ogren will refuse, even under orders, to go in.
It darkened
Yeah.
there.
It is darkened there. Yeah, the guys who went out of the gatehouse have gone back in, and they are waiting outside the motor pool to lead you to the effectively the command tent. It is just a tent with a Vox receiver. Yeah, there is a sergeant and 2 of his privates. You, sergeant, 2 privates, corporal. One of them has a plasma gun just propped up on the side of the tent. Sergeant looks up to you. Commissar, I understand there's been a bit of a miscommunication. Well, wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Hasn't happened in the last week though, which is good. If we keep it to one squad's wandering in every week, that's tolerable compared to some of the other fronts I've been to. Yeah, that too. Though some of my guys, their skulls are a bit too thick for even concentrated last fire to get through. I wouldn't be worried about my guys. If they end up in the line of fire, they're used to it. The corp. Yeah, the corporal gives the sergeant kind of a side eye, but doesn't seem like he's too bothered by it. He's used to being ordered in the line of fire. So, communications. Well, I haven't gotten anything out of the ordinary, so it probably was just us. But if you won't need to use our Vox relay, it's probably got more range than your. What do you have, a Voxcaster? Yeah, if you need to stay here for a while, you're welcome to. Can feel free to check the Vox channels, but haven't picked up anything this far yet. We're in the process of making a map right now. The other squad that we were sent with is still out in the field mapping everything out. If you want to stay the night or just check back in tomorrow, we can get you a copy. I wouldn't put it. And as he's about to speak, you hear, "Hey, Sarge, we got another contact from the south." The sergeant looks at you and is like, "Mind if I take this?" In our command, no, we have a working relationship with a pair of Eldar in the area. They've proven more useful than detrimental, so we're using their services until they prove otherwise. Well, they haven't mentioned it, but I assume they wouldn't. They have mentioned dropping in on some fights between PDF and the Orcs, but as far as they claim and as far as we've received reports, they've only been shooting at the Orcs. At least intentionally. Did they kill anyone? Alright, well, that's another thing I'll have to chew them all over. Already getting yelled at on the other side of camp for being actually tailed by you. They're They are only Xenos. Well said, Commissar. Alright. As you're leaving, you do see, they mentioned there was a squad here and another squad in the field. It looks like 6 people running across the compound towards the south end of the outpost. There is 2 sentinels and a lot of like utility trucks. It is more utility trucks than 2 squads would reasonably need. unless they were like a logistics group. But combat vehicle wise, the only armed and armored vehicles are the 2 Sentinels, which, assuming they have an operator in each squad, very reasonable.
Affirmative. Risk of Xenos contamination.
Yeah, you're saying that, you hear someone off to the south yelling, "Green scans!" And then a lot of las gunfire. And a lot of orc shooting. And yelling. Mostly orcs yelling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to stay in the armored vehicle.
Armored, he says. About a pickup truck.
I thought we took a Camaro.
I grabbed a gun.
No,
Are you
we
taking their
fixed
Chimera?
their Chimera.
No, I
We
thought
took a light
I thought we
vehicle.
came in a Chimera.
No,
No.
milk truck.
Oh.
You came in a Chimera? I didn't notice that coming in.
I
Hey
didn't know
now.
you were into that.
Pascal is going. Pascal. Mu Theta. Sorry. I'm stuck thinking of Pascal memes now.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in the cover.
Is your first name Pedro?
No. Pascal is the tech priest character who fulfills the same function I do, in that he is the every party comp's like skill monkey. You want to get through a skill check? Have Pascal in your party. He does all the skill checks.
Your truck is basically...
He's not useless in combat. He's got a fucking plasma gun they can destroy the world with. I'm not there yet. I'm building to it.
Your truck is basically this without the gun. And a little bit bigger, and tires instead of tracks.
Ah, Tonka truck. Yeah.
Yeah. You even turned it into a technical by having an Ogren with an autocannon.
I'll be in cover.
You got an Ogren. That's pretty good cover.
Mm. Okay. I start driving in whatever vector puts us in a general that way direction.
South. Out the gates to the right and south. Yeah, they're able to open the gates quickly, let you out, close the gates so the Greenskins don't drive their own trucks in. The Greenskins, at this point, after the initial engagement, would be about 500 meters from the walls out in the field. Roughly a platoon's worth of them, so between 20 and 30. They are firing at the manned wall mostly, but a couple stray shots do go wildly over your truck, and it seems like you are catching some attention as you are, I'm assuming, barreling towards them.
Well,
I mean, I guess.
as soon as we get
Alright.
within 300, I'm gonna rotate perpendicular or parallel with them. Let Gut Gasher get the range on them.
Yeah, you are able to shoot outside of your weapon's range with fairly big penalties if you're going beyond triple the range, but
Oh, he'd only be going double the range if they're 500 meters away because he's got 300-meter range.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
Gut Gasher, you're probably firing as soon as we come out the gate. Then
Yeah, definitely. As soon as I can see him, I'm firing.
all right. I guess we should roll initiative then.
What is that?
That is 1d10 plus your agility modifier. But since Mu Theta 17 has a talent called Combat Formation,
we all basically get a +1, +6, right? Or +1, +5.
You guys get to add my int mod, which is +5.
D what?
that is in place of your agility bonus, not in addition to it.
Oh, in place of. Okay, I'll take that because my agility sucks. My agility is +2.
But it is Mu Theta 17's
So it's D10
intelligence
plus. Okay.
intelligence bonus +1.
Oh, okay. So
So I'm at 7.
yeah. Thought there was a +1 in there. I just didn't remember what it was from. That special feature.
All right. And as we're getting that sorted out, I am breaking this up into 7 groups because 5s is going to be simpler than having everyone roll their own initiative. I am going to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Drinks if you got them. Yeah, I'm stepping away to grab something to drink.
All right, I have returned.
Lies and slander.
Yeah, you're
Several
right.
party members have stepped away to acquire snacks and potties.
Understandable. This might go a little bit beyond the 4-hour mark, but I don't mind running it a bit longer if people don't mind playing it a bit longer. Welcome back. I was just thinking this might end up running a little bit past 11 Central, which puts us past the 4-hour mark. I don't mind running it longer if people don't mind playing it longer, but I don't know what everyone's schedule in the morning looks like.
Oh, it depends on what the psyker does.
Yeah. All right. Is everyone back? Question mark.
Okay.
All right. I heard SV earlier. I heard Smith Theta.
I'm here.
Good cash.
He was the one getting up and getting a drink.
All right. Well, so we have rolled initiative, but if you want to close to 300 meters and get the first shots off before it takes effect, it's basically whenever you decide you're taking the first shot at the orcs is when the initiative is going to take effect. Undercut out for anyone else?
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew your push to talk fucked up again.
Oh. All right.
Well, my longest range is 100.
So the range on your gun is its medium range. You can shoot up to GM discretion. There's no like maximum range in the mechanics, but anything beyond 3 times your gun's range is going to be at a minus 30 to hit. So you're not likely to hit, but there is a chance.
What if my ballistic skill is 25? What is the chance?
5% chance. A 5 and below will always succeed.
Ah,
It's this game or this system's equivalent of a nat 20.
all right. I guess just spraying and praying.
All right. So what range are we starting initiative at? 300? All right. Hmm.
I'm not even like trying to aim. I'm just like, ah!
All right. Is that your turn? Shooting is only a half action. If you'd like, you can use your other half action to jump out of the truck.
And fall behind. Isn't how fast is the truck going?
Let me see what I reference this off of.
I'm pretty sure whatever it is, it's more than 3 meters.
The truck is going
12 meters per second. 12.5 meters per second.
Yeah,
You said
we'll
your
call it.
rounds are 3 seconds, so we're moving 37.5 meters around.
We'll round it to 35 because that's going to work a lot nicer. Yeah. And that's its cruising speed. Its tactical speed would be closer to like 20, if I'm doing my math right. But
So-
it's fast.
60 meters around. If I'm gunning it.
20 meters around, not per second.
Jumping out now would just take me out of the combat. I would just have to just call it for the night.
I mean, you are in weapons range, technically. Yeah, you're staying in the truck then?
Yeah.
All right.
I'd like to take cover using the truck.
A good idea. Commissar, what would you like to do? All right.
I believe that requires a tough, so +0 command check.
With your rolls, good luck.
But I do get a +10 because I have I now have the second pip in command. Yep. That is it for me.
Just pick lower numbers. I don't get it. This isn't D&D anymore. Oh, that's the problem. You went to Fulgrim. Gross. No, you want to go to Zange. I mean, what? All right. SB, what would you like to do?
I guess drive the truck faster.
All right.
I mean, that would be a good start, you know.
Where is? Let me just double check vehicle speed. Tactical speed represents how fast vehicle moves in situations. Not the vehicle's full speed, subtract distance, account to turns, acceleration, terrain, tactical speed, what vehicle uses during structure time. All right. So tactical speed is 20 meters, a little over right under 2/3 cruising speed. Don't think there's anything restricting you from just moving at tactical speed twice.
Well, I gotta ask you about that number, the 20. That 12 that I gave you was meters per second,
Yes.
not per round.
Yes.
I then multiply that by 3 for the actual movement per round that you said your rounds are 3 seconds long.
Okay.
That's
so
at 45 kilometers an hour.
Here's the thing.
Because that number 20 doesn't make sense, sorry.
Yeah.
Like if I'm gunning it straight towards them, we're going slower than we were going through the jungle?
Yeah, the problem with vehicle combat is that the numbers are just kind of arbitrary. And the Chimera has a tactical speed of 15 meters per round. I think there's that's some book. I think it's Hammer of the Emperor. There's a Tauros assault vehicle, which is made to be just fast and off-road. But that's got a tactical speed of like 25. And this isn't really made to be that fast.
Okay.
It's less the vehicle's ability to accelerate and more your ability to remain relatively in control, especially without a operate surface vehicle skill trained. And also, arbitrary numbers kind of have to be arbitrary for the sake of fitting into mechanics.
But just for attack map, we have the Fortress of Solitude behind us and a line of ogres in front of us.
Actually, the Fortress of Friendship, but yes, basically.
Okay.
A
Well,
Legion of Doom.
then the only thing that I'm gonna do is to protect myself and the commissary a little bit and break line of sight. I'm gonna pop the hood and just gun it. I don't need to
All right.
steer. I don't need to
So,
see.
I stand corrected. The Tauros assault vehicle that is supposed to be fast and off-road with a 120 km/h cruising speed has a tactical speed of 20 meters.
Okay.
Which is the fastest vehicle in the system. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just let you keep 20 because
I
otherwise
fight.
it's just a hassle.
We're gunning a pickup truck.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I just pop the hood and gun it. That way the hood flips up and blocks the windshield so they don't have line of sight on us.
All
Ogryn
right.
can still shoot over to the top just fine.
Ogre keep shooting.
All right. So that is your turn. Just cutting it in.
Mhm.
Okay. Good.
I start shooting.
Uh-huh.
I just open up with my minigun. I mean my what you call it gun. Yeah.
Autocannon.
Yeah. From the back of the I'm standing in the back of the half ton, firing the 50 cal at them.
No. 50
Oh,
cal
oh.
is a heavy stubber. You have effectively the main gun off of Bradley.
Ooh.
It is designed to take down heavy infantry and light to medium armored vehicles. And it does that pretty well.
Okay, so what do I roll? Because I am blasting wherever they are, just firing towards them.
All right, we start initiative at 300 meters. You have closed in from there, so you're going to be rolling your ballistic skill
What's the skill?
minus 10. If you're firing, are you firing single fire or burst fire? And are you using your second half action to aim, or are you just
Yes,
firing?
I am using to aim. Yes, I am aiming and firing. It's a D100, right?
Yeah. And then because you do have a companion or a comrade, you can also order him to volley fire and effectively suppressing fire, get the enemies focused on him so that you're more likely to hit. That'll give you another +5.
Okay, I'll do that.
So that's a comrade half action, your half action for a +15 total from that. And you said burst fire or single auto?
Burst fire.
Wow.
Just spray bullets.
All right. Burst fire is +0, long range. So you're looking for your ballistic skill +5 or below on a D100.
I failed.
I-
My ballistic skill is 37. I missed.
That's the funny sex number.
Yeah, I miss.
All right. But that is 2 half actions. DM3. This group of orcs is in the middle, and they're going to be at a full sprint at the Fortress of Friendship. DM7 is the Fortress of Friendship firing back. And at their long range, one of them hits. All right. So they are just dumping las gun fire into the orcs. One of the orcs goes down. DM5 is another orc group, and they are going to be shooting Daka at the truck. And they all miss pretty horrifically. A couple rounds ding off of the hood, but because the hood is up, it does not go through the windshield. You guys are fine inside. DM4, more orcs.
Improvised armor plate.
Yeah. At the extreme range with orc inferior Xenos guns, you are completely fine. The bullet doesn't even go through the hood. DM4, DM1, they're going to be firing Daka at the fortress. I'm not gonna bother rolling that. They're gonna miss horrifically. DM2 is running at the they're gonna run at the truck because the truck has a big loud Daka and they like that. That's fighting. Mu Theta.
I shoot an orc. Actually, wait, no. Cover. Because I can't shoot and be safe in cover.
Oh, you can shoot and be mostly safe. You'll have like your head and an arm exposed. You can basically just lean over the side of the truck. You'll have your head and whatever arm you're shooting with exposed, and that's it. Or you can just sit in the back of the truck. You can also fire grenades from your grenade launcher at extreme range.
I sold that.
Fuck, right. You did sold out. Do you have a gun still?
Yeah.
We have the other grenade launcher floating around right now. Commissar has one. Scent had the other one, but it's just in our squad. So it's just bouncing around on the back of the truck.
How many orcs?
Hard to get an exact number, somewhere between 20 and 30.
God damn.
A lot of orcs.
I take a shot, I guess.
All right.
Pew pew.
All right. What is the range of your gun?
100. It's a las gun.
Okay, you are at. You'd be outside of 2 times, inside of 3 times. You're going to be at a -10 since the truck has moved in from 300.
All right, so it's a ballistic skill of 35 minus 10.
Yes.
I miss. I'm
Yeah,
gonna hang out in
follow.
cover.
All right. You say DM6. Don't see anything happening right now. Val. Baldric, what would you like to do?
How far are we now?
about 280 meters. Or no, it was a full action. 260.
Wow. I'm going to be futilely shooting at the enemy for a while.
You are now in the long range instead of extreme range bracket. So you're only at a -10, not a -30.
Well, I wildly shoot and drop back into cover.
All right. Mossab. Instead of missing, try hitting them. Wonderful. All right. SB.
I don't really have much anything other than dashing with the truck. Yep, just driving.
All right. That would put you. I do 100. 220. That's numbers. All right. Where did my initiative list go? Gut Gasha. What would you like to do? There's greenskins.
In combat range? In close range, I mean?
They're still
Oh,
at
well,
long range.
Well, I'm gonna keep shooting my autocannon
The
then.
autocannon has a range of 300 meters.
Yeah, I'm still
Oh,
shooting at my autocannon. Yeah.
okay. I was thinking of half range. They're at medium range, so you don't have a -10 to hit.
Oh, okay. So I have a plus
Yeah.
10. Okay.
So you're in medium range, so there's no modifier from that. You're firing burst, so another no modifier. You have a plus 10 from the Commissar's inspiration. You can half aim for plus 10, and your comrade can volley fire for another plus 5. So if you do all that, that'll put you at
25, another plus 25. Okay.
yes.
Son of a bitch. That brings me up to 62, but still not enough.
You'd be doing great if there were a D20 system.
I know. 62. All right. I keep firing, but that's all I can do.
All right. DM3. These guys are again running at. Oh, they're shooting the fortress. DM7. These guys are shooting back. How many did I have? 7. Was it 7? Yeah. All right. Don't mind me while I play with myself in front of your salads. And that doesn't do much. All right. 7, 5, 4. More running. More running. And DM1. I need to figure out where I put the stat block for the orc truck. Because those are fun and interactive. And definitely not just a pickup truck that's held together by bolts, duct tape, and a grudge. With the grudge doing all the heavy lifting. But from behind and into the back of the orc rigs, a big fuck off doohickey pickup truck is hauling ass. All right, they are still ways out though. DM1, DM2, more shooting, completely ineffective. Mu Theta.
Fire ineffectively.
Wonderful. Roll to not hit.
I succeed in not hitting.
Very nice. DM6. More shots are coming at you guys. Nothing hits the truck effectively. More rounds ping off of the open hood and the sides of the truck. Valdric, what would you like to do, Psyker?
Right. So still over 200 way. I guess I shoot ineffectually. Most likely.
So we are closing into 200. Actually, because it wouldn't matter with the las gun. You can use your action to hold a half action. But at this range, it wouldn't make much of a difference on a las gun.
Yeah, and my psychic powers, even if pushing, only range up to 5 or 100.
Mhm. All right. I don't think that's going to quite cut it. Anything else?
I was so inspired. Just continue cover.
All right, Commissar. All right, SV. Still closing the distance.
Yeah.
All right. They're down to 180 in the back, and the front ranks are at 150. All right. Gasha.
shoot.
All right, so it is going to be relevant for you. One of the groups of orcs that is running at the fortress has advanced enough to be in your short range. That'll give you a +10. Or you can shoot at the guys who have been
No, I'm gonna
ineffectively
shoot the
shooting
one
back at you.
that decides to walk into my range. Yes, so it gives me another +10. So on top of what I had last turn. Okay.
Yes. Half action aim, commissar's inspiration, short range now instead of medium range, and comrade
hit
half
that
action.
I hit that one. It
So
doesn't matter. I hit.
with a +35, what is your score? Your ballistic skill?
Altogether, the whole number with
Yes.
+35, that gives me 72, 72 or 73.
Okay, you have hit twice. Because you're firing on burst fire every 20 beyond. Actually, no, that'd be 3 times.
Oh God.
The autocannon has a rate of fire of
Because I have
3
a
on its burst.
37, and then a +35 would give me to 60, 72.
Yeah, so you can.
So that's 3 shots if it's by 20s.
Yeah. So you can really ruin one person's day. Well, person implies that they're people. You can really ruin one orc's day and just put all the rounds on him, or they're tightly packed enough that you can spread it out.
Yes, I'll spread it out, kill a bunches of them.
All right.
You want me to
Each
roll
one.
damage for all 3 of
Please
them?
do. Each one is 3d10 plus 8. Goes through 6 points of armor. All right. And because on 2 of those damage rolls you got a 10 on a damage die, you get what's called Righteous Fury. So go ahead and roll me 2d5, 1 for each of those. Uh, 2 and 2. Let's see, 31 on hit location is the body. So, combat damage. And I think it's pretty safe to say that none of these guys are surviving, but impact, critical hit to the body. The impact punches the air from the target's body, inflicting 1 level of fatigue and knocking the target prone. I'd imagine it's pretty easy to punch air from someone's body when you put a 25mm shell through their lungs. And 2 of these orcs go down in horrific fashion, and the 3rd orc is just dead.
Oh.
The
Gudgesh is laughing.
the other 2 orcs in that guy's group are also laughing, because this is the fighting these gits is here for.
Yes. They get any
All
closer,
right.
I'm grabbing my knife and going into melee with them.
All right. So DM3. I really should have some way to number these guys better. DM3 is one of the groups charging. They're moving in more at the fortress. DM7 is 8 of them. Now the plasma gunner is firing into this mob. And he's overcharging, which is always fun. Oh boy. Let's see. All right, and I should have just done that twice. That's very mean. And I need to find the damage on a plasma gun. I think it's a D10 plus 8 with another weapons. Plasma. I can just figure this out while the next person goes, because this might take a couple minutes. Orcs are going to be firing probably ineffectively. Yeah, the orcs horrifically miss the truck and then start running at it. More running, more running. All right, Mu Theta. Thank you.
I fire ineffectually.
All right, the closest orcs are
Wait,
at
hold on. Why are we looking at plasma gun?
because the guards on the wall got a plasma gunner up to the wall, and they are shooting a big explodey ball of plasma at the orcs. And it was also really mean to them.
Alrighty, I continue to not succeed in firing.
All right. DM6. I think it was a truck. The truck is going to be shooting an autocannon at extreme range at your truck. And the autocannon, if you can call it that, is going horribly wide. And it has an extra effect. Because orcs are funny. The autocannon is shooting smoke rounds. And these rounds go whizzing past the hood of the truck and poof into a big cloud of smoke about 100 meters past. Still look very mean to get hit by directly. Psyker.
All right. Who's the closest?
The closest is at about 150 meters.
And do you think they will be within 100 meters at some point before my next turn?
Maybe, but it's not likely.
Because aren't we going 40 meters and they're also coming towards us?
They're not going directly at you. Actually, fair point. You are going pretty fast. There's a roughly 50-50 of them actually getting into 100. You want to gamble?
Yes. If
All right.
they get within 100 meters, I'ma set them on fire.
So the nice part, well, for the person doing it, about Only Wars, you don't have to specify ahead of time what your action's going to be or what sets it off. You can just delay your action and then later in the round say you want to take your delayed action.
All right.
All right.
But you
so-
can only like take a half action? or something?
Yes, if I'm reading this right.
All right. Well, I got a half action I want to take.
All right. Very
Later.
nice. Very nice. Commissar, back to you. Or did you have something more?
No, just let me know if anyone gets 100 meters.
All right. Naturally. You're more accustomed to giving speeches on the battlefield than while recovering from one. I gotcha. Nope. I missed one. SV. I can remember these things sometimes. All right. SV drives. That would put you at 110 from the closest and 140 from the original one you're shooting at. All right. That is your turn, question mark.
Yeah. I mean, other than I'll slightly start changing the trajectory so we're not going head-on collision, we can start circling around them.
All right. Gut gasher.
Gagasha!
There are two groups in your short range now.
Can I get them both or no?
They're a little bit too far to be splitting your fire between them.
Well, then I'll get one group. Is there any group that's injured or no?
So the group that started advancing is the one you hit last round. They're down from 5 to 2 people because you killed 3 of them.
Well, I don't like to think leave jobs unfinished. So let's get those last 2.
What a civilized Ogren.
I mean, make sure you clear a problem before you move to the next one.
All right, go ahead and roll. The Commissar got his inspiration off. They're in short range. You can half action aim and comrade half action for a plus 35.
That is a hit.
And you're
It's 72. So
72. So that would be 2
not
degrees
enough.
of success, but you need 3 for a second hit.
Yeah. So I only
All
got
right.
2. So I spread those bullets out. I got 3d10 rounds. Can I spread them out between, or is it all?
That is not 3d10 rounds. That is one shell that does 3d10 damage.
Oh.
Because you're hitting someone in the torso with a 25 millimeter high explosive anti-tank shell.
It's 27 points.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gone as fuck.
Oh.
Basically that, yes. A little bit smaller and a lot faster.
Yeah, but auto, yeah.
All right. Gash's turn. DM3. These guys are going to start running at the truck. They're still a fair bit away. DM7, the orc truck is going to shoot at your truck. And the shots fall short. Bounce off the ground. There's a bit of a smoke trail, but not enough to really obscure your vision. I got the order wrong, but plasma gun is cooling down after overcharging and wiping out. Not very effective fire from the guardsmen on the wall, but one of them hits. DM5. These guys are going to shoot at the truck. Actually, they're going to shoot at Gutgasha, who has been causing some problems. Uh-huh. All right, Gutgasha. You're being shot at. and they seem to have gotten some pretty lucky shots off. Would you like to dodge?
Yes.
All
I
right,
can't,
wonderful.
I can't dodge. Well, yes, I can. Not with the autocannon. I can dodge. What am I?
Uh,
What is my dodge?
You
skill?
can't parry with your melee weapon.
Yeah.
You can
What
always
is my-
dodge.
What is my dodge skill?
Your dodge is based off
Ooh.
of agility.
Well, I'm not fixing to dodge. I'm about to get gunned down, probably. What kind of bonuses do I have? I have the commissars, right?
Do you apply that to everything in the next round, or is it just one test? Okay. So you would have already had that on your shooting.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't roll low enough, so.
All right.
Crap.
Or this goes through 3 points of your armor, so you still have 2. Ooh, these might
I
actually
have a
hurt.
9 for my armor.
Your armor, not your defense. Your armor is only from your light carapace armor. Then you also add your toughness bonus and unnatural toughness.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. You're right. Yeah.
All right. Let's see what these are. 3 and 2. Impact to the tummy. But because these are to your chest, you will have an extra 3 armor. So the armor-piercing bullets only go through enough armor for the truck. So you take 2, 5, and 5 damage. And I need to find where commissary injury for impact to the
Ow.
chest. Yes, ow.
2, 5, and 5. That's 12.
Yes.
Ow.
Also,
Ow.
the impact punches the air from the target's body, inflicting 1 level of fatigue and knocking the target prone. And the attack breaks a rib and the target is knocked prone. The target is also stunned for 1 round. So you are knocked on your back. The rear suspension. The rear suspension barely holds. You don't fall out of the truck, but you do smack your head on the back of it.
That hurt.
And
I am hurt.
yeah, you got lit the fuck up. They rolled really well in their attacks. And you have 1 level of fatigue. So until you clear that fatigue, everything is going to be at a -10 penalty. All right. And the orcs, seeing they just knocked the giant dude on his ass, let out a really loud wah. These guys charge. These guys charge. Then the truck goes. Misses. Mu Theta.
I shoot.
All right. A good plan.
I miss.
Unfortunate. Oh shit. Waldrick, you wanted someone to be within 100 meters, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's good because DM6 is getting into 100 meters right now, as they are charging the truck. Both of them. Well, no, there's only one dude now.
He spontaneously combusts.
Roll it.
Rattle them bones.
Oh man, really?
Now, were you pushing that power by chance for the range?
Yes. The only way I could reach.
Are you going to break more cogitator screens?
Probably gonna break something different this time.
Hope you just add another crack to the cogitator screen. That would be funny. All right, 50 and 18 on psychic phenomena. 18 is memory worm. That sounds fun. All people within line of sight of the psyker forgot something trivial. Or 50, the earth protests. The ground suddenly shakes and everyone, including the psyker within a 5d10 meter radius, must make a routine plus 10 agility test or be knocked down. Go
Well,
ahead and pick psyker.
I don't think that there are any enemies within 50 meters. So it looks like everybody's forgetting something trivial.
Did I
What
leave
that
the
is?
stove on?
Did you feed the dogs this morning?
Heck priest with a dog. More like, did you charge your
Robodog.
dog?
I forgot the names of several laypersons and menials that I interact with regularly.
What the fuck is a layperson?
People that aren't part of the Mechanicum.
All right. But nobody will ever know what they forgot. Except for the people who do. They know who they are. Scoundrels. DM6 is in the process of going. They're charging the truck. Valdrick, your turn again. Use more psyker powers.
Oh yeah. All right, let's do it. I this time angrily got to get that blood pumping, the heat generated. Angrily set him on fire.
Give more people headaches.
And I roll the exact same number.
All right. What's the phenomenon that you psychically create? 76. Ooh, that's a fun one. That's Perils of the Warp. Or you can be boring. But everyone, including the psyker within a 3d10 meter radius, becomes short of breath for one round and cannot make any run or charge actions with breath leech.
The good thing we're driving.
Fine, I guess you'll be boring, psyker. I'll get you one of these days. All right.
Don't worry, guys. I'm targeting the cruise missile at Sleuth.
You can't catch me. Is that your turn?
I duck back into cover, and yeah.
It is getting a bit late. Do we want to call it here and pick this up next week?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Go on Under's turn.
Indeed. I was going to have a requisition at the end of this, but it dragged out a bit longer than I thought. So, pick 2 requisitions sometime during the week, and we'll roll them after the fight next week.
Requisitions?
That is how you get new gear, because there's not money in this system.
Oh yeah.
You weren't
He's
here at the...
technically sitting on 2 already.
Yeah, you weren't here at the start of the first session, were you?
Oh yeah, I'm always like, I can't be here for the first hour.
Right. All right.
Homie needs a requisition.
Homie needs a couple requisitions.
Homie needs some loot.
What does
Yeah,
the
so-
psyker want the most?
Homie needs a medic.
Homie needs a force sword.
Homie needs a medic.
Homie knows what it's like now to get shot in the fucking forehead.
Guckash didn't get shot in the forehead, though. He got shot in the tummy.
Oh, he got shot in the tummy.
You're
He's got a
special.
Got shot in the
I'm
tummy
sorry.
3 times.
The tech priest with his big cyborg brain gets shot in the head. His big tummy gets shot in the tummy.
Well, they're orcs.
Well, I'm
What are they
all
going to do?
tummy, so I'm an orc groom. What are you gonna do? I have all tummy.
Gash has got a tummy ache.
Okay, you have ow.
You know, when someone tells you to eat lead gut gash, they didn't mean literally.